Okay, hello. Hi. Hi, hi. Is the mic okay? Hello, Jack. And yes, you should go get your water. Go hydrate. Wow. I have not streamed for a while, and especially not using my setup, so I I don't know how to use anything anymore. I tried setting up a bot. I tried updating everything and downloading some stuff that I don't have on my laptop just yet. I don't know what we're playing. I'm gonna think about it for a quick second, but hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Come chat with me for a bit while I figure shit out and get this mouse off of my screen. Hi. Happy Tuesday. So yeah, I've been gone for another month, and I know last time I streamed I mentioned my surgery. Uh it was partially because of that, and also one of my cats got really sick and he passed away last week, so I've been kind of bummed out and not really feeling super social, not even enough to stream off of my PlayStation, so I don't know. Thank you. Yeah, it's a hard adjustment, and I kind of didn't want to get into streaming again too quickly because I was I was crying a lot, so I didn't want to start like spontaneously bawling on stream or something like that. That would probably make people really uncomfortable, and I feel like I would probably be embarrassed to do that. So I tried to just keep my distance for a bit until I felt a little bit more stable, I suppose you could say. So that would be now. That would be now. My hands are freezing down here. That's why I don't like coming down here. Yeah, I don't have Ball Pit on my Steam, unfortunately. That's on my PlayStation. Like, I could absolutely buy it again, but I'd rather play something that I've already got downloaded on here. We've got a couple options to play. We could continue the Great Ace Attorney because I only played that the one time and then I just never came back down here to stream for months. So we could definitely pick up on that. Or we could start Sorry We're Closed. I've been meaning to play that for a long time. I just haven't been in the mood to touch it, I guess. And then I've also got a game, which is kind of why my stream notification was mentioning Thirsty. It's called Thirsty Suitors. I've been eyeing this game for a really long time, and I finally like bit the bullet and bought it because it was on sale. So I was like, well, why not? I really do want to play this after all. Other than that, uh I don't know what I have on the emulators other than Eternal Poison, but I don't want to play that. As much as I want to continue our little adventure with Tage and everyone, I would probably rather blow my brains out than play a strategy game right now. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not ready for that. Um, what else? What else do we have here? We do have Valhalla, the bartending game. What else? What else? We could play Infinity Nikki. I mean, no, wait, no, we can't. I didn't download it. I think that would take like 3 hours to download because it's fucking huge. If I'm gonna play Infinity Nikki, I'll just do that off of my PlayStation. A PS3. What made you want to buy a PS3? What games are on there that you wanted, or I guess felt like you had to buy the console to play? I mean, I have one here too somewhere because I traded in my PS4, but I kept my PS3. Reliving Little Big Planet. Nice. I've never played. I watched my friend play back when I was in high school, middle school, one of the two. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since I've been in either of those, so it's been a while because it's better than emulation. Yeah, I guess you could argue that for sure. There's probably a lot of games that don't translate well to emulation. I'm thinking mostly like the DS games because of the touch pad gameplay, but yeah, I totally get that. Um, yeah, actually, I've got my PS3 like sitting on my desk right in front of me. I was gonna maybe hook it up one of these days to put on movie streams. I really want to make you guys watch like some of the Naruto dub with me or some of the other shit that I've got. Hi, Noah. Yes, the green worm that lives in us all. I don't know why I keep that tag on, but it's funny. Yeah, I'm just trying to talk and figure out what we're gonna play. But if you're gonna stick around, then we can hop back into the Great Ace Attorney. I was gonna play Thirsty Suitors, but maybe we should just play something kind of funny. Although I'm sure Thirsty Suitors is funny too. But yeah, we gotta continue with Ace Attorney. Oh wow, it showed up. Amazing. I didn't even have to do anything. No longer thirsty. I know. And let me change my stream here. Ramadan miracle, so true. And of course, Ramadan Mubarak to my friends who celebrate and are participating, like Noah. I love you and I hope you have a blessed one. Okay. Stream category, the Great Ace Attorney. Let's see. Yeah, that's not how you spell the the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah, that should do it. Unless it doesn't. Did it change? Because it did not change for me. This shit's a scam. OBS is a scam. Oh yeah. So before we start, like I said, I did set up Streamlabs, the Streamlabs bot on here, and you can do some goofy things. I think you can gamble and stuff. Uh, let's see what we've got. I think I set up the 8 ball, unless it just doesn't want to register that. Oh my god. Everything's going to shit already. We just started. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to fucking fix that. I turned it on. I enabled it. I enabled it. I swear. I swear I did. Okay. Let me get my controller. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it later. Because I set up a point system, or like I set up the loyalty program, but the only thing that I could think of adding for a redeem was to make me force quit stream. I was like, and the description is like, had enough of me, pay me 8,000 points to stop. So yeah, we can look forward to that. Okay, yeah, gambling, but gambling that doesn't work right now, unfortunately. I will fix that later. I will fix that later. Sound check. Sound check. Somebody tell me how good Mike is. Somebody tell me how good the game is, so I can adjust before we get poppin'. I might make the game window bigger at some point. I feel like it's kind of tiny. It's kind of tiny, but we'll deal with it. I'm just gonna assume audio is okay. Yes, we were on part 2 of the trial. Yes. Okay. Cool. Cool beans. Okay, good. Good, good. The 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature. I fucking hate that word. Can you just say, like, Supreme Court of Law or something like that? Defendant's Antechamber 5. Asogi, he's so handsome. I think this is why I didn't come back to play this, because I get distracted by how handsome he is. Anyway. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd start finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. You're excited. Good. Somebody has to be. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. He's laughing at us. It's okay, I forgive him. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Oh my god, I forgot this idiot picked up the fucking gun. What a moron. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. Bang, bang. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. This freaking guy, with his soulful doe eyes, even though he's an asshole. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. What are you talking about? You said Asogi couldn't jeopardize his studying abroad by defending us. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You're still an asshole. I don't like you. You arranged things so that I would be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. Oh, he's the goat! He's our goat! What an upstanding young man! What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. And it was I who invited him, so it's all your fault. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. So true, so true. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. At once, young man. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hits them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me then, I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. This guy doesn't have a lick of confidence. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Speaking of food, I have to figure out where to eat with my friend on Thursday, and I have no fucking idea because what I can eat is very limited. And even things that I can eat, sometimes it don't go down so good. I had a little episode today with trying to eat something, and it did not end up well. So I'm kind of coasting on some very fibrous cereal from this morning and some mashed potatoes that I had. I kind of need protein, but I don't want to eat anything like that right now. I'm kind of mad at how hot this version of the judge is too. Anyway, the court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi. I forgot that was his name. Have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Shouldn't that be flounders? Typo? Typo in my game? Again. Terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? So true. So true. Shut up. Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. What the fuck? You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I hate his. I'm pretty sure I said this last time, but his shifty eye sprite really looks like he's a fucking lizard following a fly, ready to just stick his tongue out and grab it. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Damn. These jumped up rookie boys are schooling him. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of her nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh, wow. That is very dramatic. Who does she think she is, Bjork? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. We know this. We know. I have been working undercover as the head waiter. Yes, we know. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observations aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. No, he's just hella gay. He doesn't care about a woman. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. What the fuck? She's speaking in Dis City language from Path to Nowhere? What the hell is this shit? Exactly! I don't know. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Okay, settle down. Good lord. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Has he though? Has he though? I don't know. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. Oh my fucking god. Get out of here. Bring back yes, no, sir. Bring him back. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that was due to... No, wait, she says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? She's such an elegant lady, yet they're gonna show her a photograph of a dead guy sitting in front of her steak. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Oh my god. They're glazing her like crazy. She says yes. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. Okay, so she witnessed the crime, but she had to run out of the restaurant because she had a presentation? I don't know. Something's fishy. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. You could have taken his gun too! What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes!
Oh god. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Oh, I forgot how whiny his voice was. Ew. Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this Snow White angel. Good lord. What the fuck is happening? Who wrote this? I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. Okay, but we know that neither of them saw what the fuck was going on because they were busy crawling around on the floor looking for a coin or whatever. So that's not viable. That's not admissible in a court. They don't know fuck all. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Well, you did a shit job at your job. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Ew, gross. She doesn't change her clothes. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. She's got an entire Christmas goose on her hat. What are you talking about? I know it's a swan, so, but still. Exactly. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. We're not getting out of this ones without a fight, moots. Or I should say oomphs. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, this is ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove. Hey! Hey! Whoa! Ew? I think he would get arrested on the spot if you did that. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. And not her dress. Did she just smirk at us? Sorry, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Every time I see, like, Your Excellency in a game, I'm reminded of fucking Octopath Traveler. Because that's, like, literally all Ophelia would ever say in the beginning of her story. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Your Excellency. Fucking God. I hate that game. I hate that game so much. Anyway. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. I gotta figure out my controls again, sorry. It's been a while since I've used this controller, and this is like Xbox style, I think, so it's kinda throwing me off a bit. Yes! Press. After 2 p.m. in fact, that really is quite a late lunch, isn't it? Objection! You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are very on vogue, okay. Chill, dude. Isn't that right? No. That's the first time we could understand what the hell she was saying. Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would have lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, and which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman has. Or, yeah, whatever. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to... Sorry. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beefsteak. No, go back! I gotta press her on this. Yes! He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic? Hota Clinic? Correct? Hota? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... That it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Except it's not. I've said this the first time. I said that they rotated either the table or, like, they rotated the table for some reason. So he's sitting in front of the steak, even though he couldn't eat it. So some shenanigans happened there. And I don't remember, like, one-to-one everything that happened the first time because it's been so long, but I do remember a lot. And that part pissed me off a lot. I'm like, I'm telling you, they turned the table around. They turned it. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They even raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. I forgot about his little wet slap on the bench there. He's such a pitiful little soaking wet kitten. He got no strength. He got nothing. Nothing but shifty eyes and powers of observation. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. That's like everything that his career coasts on in every single game. It will become apparent when the time is right. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. He's not. He's not learning a thing. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. I feel like I should be able to present something here, but I want to look at our evidence first. Nope, that is not where I want to be. Where is my evidence?
Yes!
Oh shit. That scared the crap out of me. I didn't even hit the proper button. So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan, or until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. Because they couldn't have beef? What? And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True. Come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. What? You keep forgetting about the stupid expressions he makes. He literally looks like a cat that smelled something, like, awful. Because they do this thing where they sniff it really hard and they lift their head up and their mouth is open because that's how they smell it better. Drake does that a lot. And I always go, ew, whenever he does. Somehow I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Can I check the court record? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't read this. I can't read it. Oh, here we go. Aha! There was only one glass of carbonated water there, thank you very much. Steaky. So true. I want steak. Oh god. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Sorry, I had to I minimized it because I was trying to make sure I was trying to make sure that my notification popped up. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. I don't think so. Take that.
Yes!
That fucking expression is insane. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. What are you gonna have for iftar today, huh? What's Yuppie gonna have for food? Fish! Fish! Fish and biryani! That sounds good. I made clam spaghetti yesterday. And I could surprisingly eat a lot of it, but now that I ate some, I don't want any more, and I made so much. I made so much. And there's so much. Yeah, I made clam spaghetti. And spinach empanada for morning. Ooh, yummy. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Ugh, get this mouse out of here. Well, that is, it's odd. It's very odd. Dear me, what's odd is this defense's inability to express itself. He doesn't have a thesaurus, okay? He doesn't have a very big vocabulary. He hit his head when he was 9. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds like it could be. Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Really? Dude, there's one glass in the photo. Can you please, like, start firing those neurons and getting your brain cells in working order? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Ouch, he sucks. Yeah, he does suck, but Ryunosuke's pissing me off right now. But if that's true, where's the second glass? There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Thank you. Why did you say the cheers? Why did you frame it like that? I hate you. Ryunosuke with his shifty eyes, literally. Why is he like this? Yeah, like, why is that the thing that you point out and not say, then why is there not 2 glasses on the table? Why did you have to point out the cheers part? It makes you sound like an idiot. And he kind of is one, but... Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. Sorry. I have no drink down here, and as you know, talking a lot dries the fuck out of my throat, so just give me a second. My mouth is so dry. I don't even have, like, mints or... I don't think I have, like, a candy down here either. I thought I did. I usually keep stuff all over the house, but whatever. We'll just power through and then I'll take a break and go get something upstairs. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pitcher here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? Well, yeah, actually. If she can lie about that, she can lie about anything. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this? Objection! Where's my water? I don't have any. I didn't bring any down here. Like I said, okay, so I made a gigantic batch of like meatball mix a couple days ago and I wanted to let it sit in the fridge, so I spent most of my early afternoon baking them so I could quick like flash freeze them and stick them in Ziplocs because it's just like food for later, you know? So as one would do, I like took one of the like accidentally burnt ones off the pan and I was just gonna snack on it to test like the flavors and stuff. It hurt a lot to eat that, so made me kind of sick and I didn't really want to eat anything or drink anything afterwards, so I just kind of been not doing that. So I didn't think about taking a drink down here because I'm like, I don't want anything in my stomach right now. But of course that's causing other problems like dry mouth, so I'll take a break in like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. And I'll go grab something from upstairs. Anyway, minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? You ever forget to drink the whole day, then get a huge glass of water before sleeping? No, because I don't do that. No. It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Well, why would you do that? Obviously because you're guilty, but why would a rational person do that? Good gracious. Sorry. Oh my fucking god. She's so funny. Okay, it's only my kidney infected ass. Okay. Well, what the fuck does that even mean? Everybody has kidneys, even if they only have one. What the fuck are you talking about? There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? Okay, chill. Chill. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, no, no! This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Is she gonna say some stupid shit like I put it in my pocket and ran, and then we're gonna be like, so you could have hid a gun in there too? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. You dumb lady. You dumb, dumb, dumb lady. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Yeah, the same kind of handbag that she could slip a gun into. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Well, that may be true, but she just blew this case wide open for us because we found a concealment method for the gun. And she's not very smart because she told us this. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Oh my god, look at him double fisting those stacks of paper. Oh my god. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. Noah, when did we get to see that little fat Englishman do run and grab the gun? When did we get to see that? I need somebody to clip it when it happens so we can have that at our disposal. It's gonna be— no! We have to wait till the second game. Okay. No, it's so far away. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh god. Oh my god. No! I forgot about this part. Oh, this fucking guy. Wasn't it like looping his cough sound effect for like 5 minutes last time we played? That was insane. Fucking god. This game's gonna. I don't even know. This is gonna be the death of me. So stupid. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. No shit. And they're right to not have faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. What the hell? Why can't we just see through it? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. What's the little impression on his wrist there? As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That doesn't mean that she didn't have the gun in her hand and then stuffed it somewhere on her person. I bet it's in that freaking swan somewhere. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. No! No! Oh, Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. No, his head's in his hands. He feels so defeated. He's just a little guy. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into court record into the court record. occurred appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No, the fuck you won't. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator for this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, even Kazuma slumped over the bench. No! The all is lost moment. Okay, I'm gonna go get something to drink though. BRB. Wah. Hello, 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 hello. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you. I had a Slurpee in the freezer. Well, I have two actually. This is my workaround for the fact that I can't actually have Pepsi, so I've just been eating Slurpees with a spoon. I think there's root beer in here though. I didn't get it for myself, so I don't mind root beer, but when I like do a split Slurpee, I like putting the root beer on the bottom so I have it first and then I save like the Pepsi or Coke for last. But since I have to eat it with a spoon, um I would really prefer it to be on top so I can get through it first. No. Anyway. Anyway, and let me bring up the window again. There we go. There we go. Um, Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. Okay. What is this, a Tomodachi rap battle? You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. What kind of phrase is that? I know, I've never heard that in my life. The weak are meat while the strong eat. Okay. Yeah, I'm texting my friend. Because like I said, we're gonna go out on Thursday, but we kind of have to figure out, like, where to eat. And I've got, it, my whole situation makes stuff a little bit trickier. So, ugh, we're at the, there we go. True justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Oh my god, get out of here, mouse. There we go. And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Isn't there, though? Isn't there? What about that weird mark on his wrist? That's gotta be something, right? Right? I'm not crazy. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. They always be giving up so fast on case one, I know. And case one is always like the least insane case. And they're so quick to give up on it. They're like, "Aw, shucks. Nothing we do now will ever turn this case around. I guess we have to settle." But little do they know. That smug little. This case is the longest case won in an Ace Attorney game of
Yes!
like, yeah. Have we ever had like a two-parter first case before? I didn't even know that was possible. I don't think we've ever had one this long before. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that a trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there were a problem with the evidence, something significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. Well, okay, no, that's not all it shows. It shows his dead-ass hand. There can be no problem with this evidence. But isn't there? You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Seriously, what is that mark on his wrist there? That's gotta be something, right? However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Huh. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Yeah, please, please, give us another chance, please. Please, oh God, we need this so bad. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print. Can they just say photograph? Photographic print is so redundant. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I'm gonna say it's this, because what the fuck is this? What is this? Is this a birthmark? Like,
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what the new piffle you would come out with. Or what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. It looks like a steer, though, or a cow. Upside down? The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Wait, do we have anything? Do we have anything? No. It's a burn from the steak plate! So it is a cow! I can show you the significance. This is the smartest I've ever felt playing an Ace Attorney game, because normally I don't know what the fuck is going on. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. Well, that's too fucking bad. She can sit right there. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Well, good thing I already know. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Watch me. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence, Your Excellency, evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. It means moo. Moo. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Here you go, baby.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. I like this track. I like this music. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Well, I'll show you. It's right here.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. A fire emblem? I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Gasp! Suffering succotash. Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion at the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense has pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! That's true.
Yes!
Why is he, like, so freaking committed to the waiter bit? He's getting a little too into it. If he hates his job at the police force so much, why doesn't he just become a waiter full-time? There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. It's a posthumous burn. Probably happened around the time when they switched the table around. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga has never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. Kiki feets. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And also, what would he be doing sitting in front of the hot plate anyway if it wasn't ordered for him? He couldn't eat it! Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would have without question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Oh my god. That scared me. I didn't know my freaking controller was vibrating. I'm not gonna leave it on the desk then, that scared me. Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunowski, do you think? No, I don't think he does think. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Dun dun dun! Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, 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 please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Well, I guess that makes sense why she didn't have the gun on her then if he was killed beforehand. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This this is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It is you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear this from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Who dragged his body to the restaurant and propped him up there? How did nobody notice that? Like, I'm sure if something like that happened nowadays, nobody would notice either because everybody's got their heads up their asses and like on their phones all the time. But like, what the fuck? Who would not notice this deceased man being like schlepped around like a bag of flour and thrown into a chair in the middle of a restaurant? Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Hi, Jen. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Oh, she's a fraudster. She's a fraudster. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? She's racist! She's a racist fraudster! My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, she really is racist. Good lord. Ooh, what? You're not gonna glaze her now, Ouchie? But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh. Well. You are the no, he's still gonna glaze her, okay. You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, or Miss Breast, oops. Silly me. Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. You're right about that, Kazuma. the victim's quote-unquote death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Girl, you are in the medical faculty. There are poisons that can do this for you. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Oh, she's taunting us. She's taunting us. Okay. You'll get what's coming to you. Don't you worry, ma'am. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Why is he still glazing her when she was like so openly racist? Like ouchie, I understand, but not the judge. Grow a pair. Easy does it. You said it, man. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is merely a delight to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. You can really hear her do that Ojo-sama laugh from the old animes. Bet she wants to guffaw like that right now. Amen. Thanks. Wait, was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Breast. I keep wanting to call her Miss Breast now. What? Miss Brett. And put up with the cross-examination now. Yeah, I don't know why Mr. Breast. Mr. Breast. Yeah, Miss Breast. I said it the one time, and now I keep wanting to just say Miss Breast. So if I say that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I swear I don't have boobs on the brain right now, but I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Ooh, we're gonna get you behind bars. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oh, that's new. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Guys, seriously, help me figure out what to eat when we go out. It's gotta be like soft-ish kind of foods. I don't want soup. Please don't recommend me soup because I will have a conniption if I have to eat more soup. I'm so sick of soup. But if you have any good ideas for like stuff we can go out for, then please tell me because that seems to always fall to me to decide upon, and I know I kind of have to have a little bit more say in it right now, but I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
We're just gonna press everything, I guess. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. And why was he sitting in front of your plate to begin with? Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Oh my god. How can she even see? The lower half of him is covered by the bench. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Oh, he's here with his whole dick out in the middle of court. What fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well, as well as yourself. No! Kazuma, please forgive me. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway, if I get killed, I'm gonna be screaming my head off. Yeah, exactly. If my freaking wrist rests on a piping hot fajita plate, as soon as it reaches my table, I'm gonna be yelping like a dog. What the fuck? When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. That still doesn't answer the question of why your plate of food was sitting in front of the dude who could not eat. Explain that to the class, please. The math isn't mathing.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why you ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Dude, you're a police inspector. Stop acting like a waiter, please. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that, because he was dead. He was dead and the dead don't drink. Damn you. Oh my god. Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the courtroom, it means bless you. Oh yeah. Yeah, bless you all the way to hell. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, that doesn't mean there was no internal trauma from poison that was probably delivered via the carbonated water. It can only have been from... It could only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. Or at least... Yeah, I guess forensics at this point in time, it, isn't really refined enough to do stuff like that, but it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. But was he? Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I know, Ouchie needs to lower his voice, for real. Or just not have a voice at all. He's so whiny. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Arg. Oh, she's not gonna say anyway this time? If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Well, I'm gonna press this first,
Yes!
but then I'm gonna look over the evidence. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Except when it's poison! Eternal poison. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Well, you've done a very poor job. You've done it bad. You are bad. Bad policeman. Bad. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Oh, now I get it. She shoved the glass in her purse because that was his glass, and that was the one that has traces of poison in it. Right? Probably. I'm gonna wager a big guess there. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Okay, I'm just gonna press around everything for now, and then I'm gonna look through the evidence. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the event. Or incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the— Oh my god! Bro! Don't— What? Don't just do that in the middle of something? Like, what the— God. Get this man out of here. She doesn't even need him to interpret anymore. Well, she never needed him to begin with, but... Anyway, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about it as I can, you understand. Haha, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I wouldn't hold your breath. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. I swear, I promise I won't say Miss Breast anymore. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Okay, hold on. Let's look in the court record while we have a chance. Look at this lame little pin. This, I don't know. I have a feeling I should be focusing on this one, though. Did Hosonaga have something he wanted to say? No, I think he was just realizing, like, what she was saying, because she said that they don't cordon off the crime scenes, so they might lose vital evidence by only doing one singular investigation. He's like, ah, fuck. Like, hit the nail right on the head there. I feel like he's starting to realize that she probably can't be trusted if she's saying shit like this. At least I can only hope. Sorry, I'm crunching on ice. Sorry. Normally I would mute, but I don't feel like it. I have to listen to my mouth sounds. Okay, I'm assuming it's this one. I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere, blah 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 blah, to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. Oh. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. Okay, maybe... The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. Yeah. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Yeah, like, I'm kind of surprised that they're holding my hand a little bit here, but also a little bit thankful because I think I know what to present. It's just I don't know where to present it, but they kind of just fed me that info. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Thinking about how handsome he is. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But why is he there now, exactly? But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, with left D-pad and right D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Wow, how does he know all this? He's got meta-knowledge. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. They're gonna make me do a quick time event for this? Are you serious? If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so I should first move the marker across with the left D-pad, right D-pad, and focus on the detective. And then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Why? Well, why can I not? Seriously? It wouldn't let me move over. Excuse me? Oh my fucking god. This fucking guy. Stop, you're gonna kill him. He's gonna cough up all his blood and then die. What the fuck? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
Objection! What is the meaning of this? Ew! His animation implies that he's wiping his gross forehead sweat all over his glasses, and then in his mouth. He's so gross. It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. Ew, I know. Why is this whole, like, family tree just disgusting? If you can't find fault with her testimony, then cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Hmm? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Spill the beans! Spill the beans! Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. And you did bad. He's bad. Bad police inspector. Just fucking awful. Did a bad job. You botched your own investigation so bad. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I'll tell you what I want, what I really want. Sorry. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. Oh, I like his little knuckle sandwich threat. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. Okay, I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh my fucking god, he's gonna die right there. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett had shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question, probably because she didn't drink from it. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Okay, I'll show you. Oh, wait. I can't find anything out of place. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Don't you fucking drink it. Don't be stupid. Just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't even know what might be inside, do we? What does Phoenix do in Trials and Tribulations? Like when you're in the past trial when he's like the art student, what does he do with the evidence? Does he like fully swallow it? And then he gets really sick? Did he like swallow a locket or something crazy like that? I don't remember. So he's totally the type to just fucking consume poisoned evidence. Yeah, he eats it. He just loves consuming poison. You can't keep it away from this guy. No wonder other people in the office have to clean the toilets. Who knows what he would do with like the Drano and stuff. This is why Phoenix doesn't clean. This is why Apollo scrubs the toilets. Oh, never bring a box of rat poison into that office. You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. You think he knows French? Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. No. Anyway. Take that!
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Okay, so before we go further, I'm just trying to like suss something out here. What does she gain by killing a professor from her own country here? Like, are there people trying to sabotage whatever alliance is going on between Japan and Great Britain? Like, obviously we're gonna find out, but that's so fucking calculated. Like, why kill him all the way overseas? Go back home and do that. Oh, but they have such a sophisticated investigation method over there, so she would be caught right away, probably. Yeah, you'll find out over time. Yeah, I'm sure. I have a feeling it has something to do with like people not wanting them to be allied, but that's fucking crazy. The lengths people go to just to sabotage some shit. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? The only person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett. It was you. I I can't wait for her freak out to happen.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Yeah, and apparently people really don't want that to happen. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Somebody is literally trying to do that, but it ain't us.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Hem, if I may, I will silence you forever for this. Oh, okay. It is you who should be silent. Of, of course. She really said, shut up, dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe? The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not? Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? Then why did he stay silent? What the fuck? What the fuck? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. Hosonaga focused on not dying? Well, maybe he should be focused on doing the job that he's apparently so proud of, doing flawlessly, which isn't even remotely true. And? What did you find, Inspector? Are they gonna say there was no fucking poison in there? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. I bet they're gonna say that there's no poison in the bottle, and that's why we have to present the glass that's in her purse. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Okay, I gotta let one of my cats in here. Hold on a second. No. Hi, Aries. Aries. What? I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Don't be so hasty. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. You're right. This is a really fucking long case 1. I have on it. This is like case 5 level bullshittery. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. What are you doing? Oh. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience that this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present to the court at this point? Yes. Yes, I do. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh! Our savior! Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Is it the glass from the crime scene? Susato, you saved us! To be are you... To be fucking continued? This is a 3-part case 1? What? That is madness! Good God. Come on now. Aries? What? Why are you being a little menace? Wow. Come here, you big pork. This boy. This boy. Okay, go. Ugh. Shoot. Nope. 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 Shoot. You're just causing trouble. Thank you. When you said 2 phases, I was mentally like, just you wait. No, you should have said something. This is criminal. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Courtroom 2. I'm not saying that word. I don't know how to pronounce it. I have quite literally never seen that word before this game. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? A judicial assistant? And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Go fuck yourself. I hope Susato drop kicks you into the afterlife. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. Ouchie is not a feminist? Yeah, okay. But they clearly keep consistently getting wives or like producing because there's a whole family tree up until like modern day time. So I don't know who keeps sleeping with these poor sacks of flesh, but I do not approve. Somebody needs to end that family line right now. Let that bloodline die, please. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Look at our bench. We got all the homies here. We got Kazuma and Susato, and we're just chilling. Trying to not get arrested. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. It's our whole squad. What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English ones? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no. Of course not. Hi. Welcome. Welcome to the shit show phase 3. We're trying to win against this racist English woman. Special characteristics of... What the fuck are these words? Curaga from freaking Final Fantasy? Sorry. I have literally never seen these words used in my life. Curare, I don't fucking know. An English woman, yes. You'll see her right away. She's got like a whole Christmas goose on her head and everything. She's got the whole 5 yards. And its effect on human subjects. Interesting. How am I? That's up for debate. See, this is the one time that I'm with Ryunosuke on this because I've never heard this word before. I'm okay. How are you? How are you? I'm not gonna read it. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. He's such a freaking Reddit mod incel. Who keeps marrying these people? There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Attempting to make a Crunchwrap from scratch. Work keeping you busy. Well, the Crunchwrap sounds delicious, and I'm sorry that your work is so hectic. Hopefully you get a chance to relax soon. Oh, they haven't even added it to my court record yet. There we go. Jazel's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye then, and good luck. Thank you. Thank you, Susato. And please dropkick Ouchie on your way out. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Root entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Oh, interesting. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it is believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Eee, yeah. I wonder what tree that is. Goodbye then, and good luck. Goodbye, Susato. Goodbye. You've had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. But can't we? You're literally a judge in the court. And she is a witness slash suspect. I think you can detain her. You have the authority. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Yeah, he's not giving you a choice. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Gee, I wonder.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Eternal poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as... Oh, so that's the... Okay, so that's the toxin. Okay. Cute. I'm still not gonna say that because I have no idea. It's Curaga from Final Fantasy, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense. Oh my god, stop. Curaga, you say. I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done? That doesn't sound right, but okay. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of, oh my god, please stop saying it, Curaga, before, for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means No matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify it. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, 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 order. Council, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Chiraga has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. The report states that it is produced from an extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with it suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Objection. Trumpery? Those aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed. Does he not understand what instant death means? It means instant. It means there's no writhing, there's no squirming, you fucking die. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Literally so dumb. Instant means instant. It means right stat now. Right now. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Guys, the report is right in front of you, summarized by Susato in her awesomeness. It's paralytic. So, no, there's not going to be any of that shit. Do you guys know what paralysis is? According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that it was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. Thank you, Kazuma, for being the only person here with a fucking functioning brain. Thank you. And you are so handsome. I love you. So handsome. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Literally, Kazuma, I love you. Yeah, this is why I don't play this game, because I get distracted by how handsome he is, and then I'm like, yes, I love you. I love you forever. Never leave me. I'm just joking, but seriously. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd be collapsed on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson had, the effects could go largely unnoticed. Yeah, I'm kind of ad-libbing here because for some reason a lot of the grammar doesn't work. To me personally, so... But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Yeah, when your whole body is paralyzed and your heart and your lungs can't function, that's gonna cause a pretty quick death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. Yeah, that is actually a pretty sinister way to kill someone. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curar. I, I, fuck. I gotta look this up. This is gonna fucking drive me nuts. How do you pronounce it? No, not curate. What?
Curare.
So it is curare? Okay. So I wasn't crazy. And while we're doing this,
Judicature.
judicature? Okay. I'll try and remember that cuz that was fucking driving me nuts. So it is curare. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This 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 is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Dude, the paper, the person who writ the like fucking paper on this research is standing right on your witness stand. And how do you write a research paper? You you get a hold of the materials and you test it and you have it on hand. And she's literally the only one. She's the only one. These people are so fucking stupid. If I was ever in court and this shit was like on trial for a murder that I didn't commit and all this shit was happening around me, I would just I don't even know. I would just walk out. I would try to walk out of the fucking courtroom. I'd be like, I'm not sitting here for this. I can't. I can't. Like, oh, it's insane. If I may, all these facts. You think you're so clever. It is you who must be taught. Of, of course. Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She gonna drink it? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. The island boys? What? She's insane. Who talks to people like this? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait! What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Can you imagine if she actually like croaked and died? I'm telling you, it's on the glass in her purse though. Or actually, it said blow dart. Mm, weird. It didn't say anything about it being ingested at all. I swear that glass still has something to do with this though. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Grrr. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. How long are they gonna drag this out, though? This is kind of getting on my nerves a little bit. Ah, yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she... How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't... What? Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Some of the grammar is kind of off here. But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Okay, so there's a few things here. Yeah, localization. Okay, this is hard. I was gonna try and like parse this out anyways. So the only options I can think of here is that one, like the poison was like laced on the glass that she hid away in her purse. That we have no idea where it is right now. And it obviously can't be the same one she's holding. Otherwise that would be weird. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Or it's in the bottle and she has an antidote somehow, even though it said no cure or... Wait. If it's on an arrow, it's fire and forget. Yeah. Okay, hold on. There was something in here. Yeah. The above-mentioned effects occur when poison enters the body through a wound. Through a wound. See, this is the part I was talking about before. It has no mention of like ingesting it. Like it's specifically through open skin that it happens. So if she drinks it, maybe it doesn't do anything through that method. Ah, right, the burn. I guess. Okay, that's kind of weird to me though, because to me a burn doesn't really open skin though. Like it doesn't, it's not like a cut. Oh, it's not the burn, it's something to do with the autopsy report. Oh yeah, like I know there's the bullet or the ballistic wound. I was thinking that too, but I thought maybe that was too obvious. But the bullet, like bullet, quote unquote, didn't go all the way through the body, so I guess that does make sense. There's another thing about him. The dentistry. Wait. Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, it did not pass through the body. The dentist thing. A record of some kind of medical treatment, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Okay, we got it. Yeah, anesthesia that fucking kills you. Thank you. I had a feeling it was probably the dental thing too, but they always gotta be so fucking extra about stuff. Ah, okay. Yeah, you're right. He had an open wound in his mouth. There, now it's all coming together. Yeah, because I knew something was off because the report didn't mention anything about ingesting the toxin. Okay. It contains poison. The culprit did put curare poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Well, good thing I already looked. I swear I'm not dumb, but these games make me feel very dumb sometimes. Actually, I take that back. I am dumb, but I'm not that dumb. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this water unscathed? I'm assuming I have to present the report here because that's where it mentions it. It's been a second since you looked at the medical record thing, so it's normal to forget. Oh, I remember the dental work and stuff like that, but yeah, I forgot them mentioning that anesthesia was probably used. Which makes sense, because you don't want to just raw dog having your tooth pulled out.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That is not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. That's so stupid. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Oh, the practical applications? Actually, I'm gonna double check before I answer. Oh. This is why I hate using this controller, because I've never touched an Xbox in my life. Root of entry, so special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. Hi, Sarv. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. Yeah, actually, he's got a point, because if you, kill something via poison, that if it's something that can't be ingested normally, then you wouldn't want to eat it. So we're good. We're having a time with this fucking game and the dumb people inside of it. I feel like I'm my brain's melting a little bit. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the poison, or the body, the poison, enters the body through an open wound, it has a terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh god, that thing's fucking alive? Rapscallion. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
I'm a lawyer. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I fail to see how it possibly... Literally, shut up, ouchie. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book that she fucking wrote herself. I hate this woman. I hate this fucking racist woman. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus? Suffering succotash? I don't know. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? This guy has fucking rocks for brains, I swear. So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Oh yeah, you guys were watching a movie last night. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Ah, that's right. Good gracious. Heavens to Betsy. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No, schoolboy. Order. Order in the court. Order. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. How many of these? Let's see. We got the first game, we got like Ace Attorney, and then there is Justice for All, Trials of Tribulation, Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice, and then you've got Apollo Justice, and then Ace Attorney Investigations, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and then the Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2, so there's 10. There's 10 of them. They're fun. They're like really it's a good balance of it being comedic and also very serious serious business. The final cases are like such a spectacle. You have to sit through one of them because shit gets wild. I know a lot of people don't like Spirit of Justice because it obviously should have been an Apollo Justice game, and they focused more on Phoenix again. But I really, really like the final case in that game, even though the like most of the rest of it kind of is ass. I like the case that you do with Apollo and Trudy with the magician, and then I like the final case. They're so good. Oh yeah. Well, I never played the Ace Attorney Professor Layton one, and I played like one Professor Layton game in my life, and by played I mean I played 20 minutes of it and it pissed me off. So I feel like I don't accept that. I don't accept that. That's a crossover. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. They've been saying that about everything, and they're so fucking wrong. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Oh my god, what the hell is happening here? It's like, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, and I bet you're wondering how I got myself in this situation. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Okay, chill the fuck out, guy. The most milquetoast dude ever.
Objection!
Objection! He spoke! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by this curare? Well, you see, take that.
Take that!
Why does he sound like that? Why is he British? Take that. What happened to this man? He spends like 2 hours in a courtroom with a British lady and all of a sudden he's British. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have. If you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Everybody having a revelation. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What? What do you mean? Literally, what do you mean? How many times is this gonna fucking happen in this one case? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. This bitch. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! Okay, but this is all happening in the middle of a courtroom. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much as the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Ha 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 ha. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle, or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel, for the prosecution? Okay, I really don't think that destroying the bottle is suddenly gonna make Ryunosuke guilty. Like, you're doing this all in the presence of a magistrate, like, why do you think that's gonna work in your favor? I think somebody, like, purposely destroying evidence is, like, the biggest proof that you could have that they're guilty. Oh, of course, you're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
Yeah, that doesn't happen. doesn't happen. You getting rid of the evidence in front of everybody doesn't suddenly make him the only culprit or the victim or whatever. You know what I mean? This doesn't happen, okay? So stupid. No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Yeah, exactly. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. What about the glass in her purse? Is anybody gonna check on that? The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Also, they just said that they don't have the means to test for the curare poison in the water. So even if they destroyed the evidence, they still wouldn't be able to test it. Where are they going to get a sample to test it against? Unless she still has some in her, like, research in the medical faculty at the university. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You guys are fucking dumb, I swear. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? No, how does this keep happening? How is this a 3-part first case? This is insane. Please, let me go. We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the only thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. Stop. So think back to it now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Gasp! Is Kazuma right? Somewhere, in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Really? They're gonna make me say there's nothing and then we lose the case? There's a clue! Why do they even give us the option? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer is. Or must have been. Are they gonna make me point to the fucking blood on this plate? Honestly, what does that even mean? That's so true. Hold on. My mommy's texting me. Did you phone in your prescription? No. No, I didn't. Hold on. Ugh. So phone it in. I will. Because I need it. But I honestly didn't know I was running low, so. Blah, 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 blah. The most vibrant color. Using cheese as a sealant to the Crunchwrap is such genius. Turned out great. Awesome. I'm just done.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Ugh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the crime, or from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of the steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Attention!
I keep forgetting to not put my freaking controller on this on the desk because it vibrates like crazy. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Yeah, if it was when he shot the professor, wouldn't it be on top of the plate and the steak too? But it's underneath. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. Oh, that's what they're going with. Okay. I thought it was going to be like, no, this didn't even get on top of the steak. And I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. Or if I'm supposed to. There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yeah, because the bullet didn't pass through him. Or the bullet. It's a bullet. Yes. For the blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies that the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett, I beg your pardon.
Attention!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. I can't read anymore. It's been so long. We've been in this case for 5 years. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
I bet he has the plate. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, me and all. And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. He's fucking nuts. I love the part is like, I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I took everything, meat and all. Fucking psycho. We must examine it now. Right now. Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir! Oh my god, don't bow right in front of it. Looks like you're gonna fucking hands-free eat it. Don't take a bite of the evidence that's 3-day-old steak. But it's room temp too. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man, show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. What the fuck? No blood. No blood anywhere. Oh my fucking god, we're gonna be here for another 5 years. Oh my god. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What the fuck is happening here? What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Who left that bite mark, literally? You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Ah! I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. Talk about a pick-me. Nobody wants you, Ouchie. Yeah, I know. Ouchie is a race betrayer. Yeah, totally. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. You've said that like 10 fucking times before and it's never true. Can we just please? Please. Ouchie gonna be blacklisted. Everybody is sucking this English woman's dick though. The judge, the prosecutor, all of the people in the courtroom. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Can we please? Please. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Okay. We're gonna touch this nasty-ass steak. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? No, don't you worry about it, Ryunosuke. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure this shit out. Lift up this thing. Lift up this cast iron plate. I can't find anything out of place. Ew! Ew! Why did it lift up like that? It's disgusting! It looks like a caterpillar reaching up to bite a leaf. Ew! That's fucking psychotic. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The one that the antiques dealer was missing. And the hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what is it doing there? Is this even the right plate of steak? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. There's no time to think about antiquing right now, Kazuma. Please, get your head in the game. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion before bouillon. Really? And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. Bro. Simmer down. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? What the fuck? No! Even though I wouldn't put it past him. Guy ate poison for the fun of it. In another universe, but still. No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Is there, though? Is there anything else to... This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Are you... If you could see the expression I'm making right now... I swear to God, this kid was dropped on his head when he was 9. It's a cow. Obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beefsteak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of Le Carnival, is it? Okay, seriously, is there nothing else to look at here, or... Okay. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I already did that, please. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue! Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate is the new clue to be found? Really? Under. Ew, stop! Huh? What the? Oh, we're doing this again? Seriously? No, this is, guys, seriously? And I can't even skip it. Okay, can I just...
Got it!
Why is he British? Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one. At that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
Why is it so well animated? Because that's all the games always have been. When they updated like their art style and stuff to like the 3D models here, everything got a lot crazier. I kind of miss the old pixel art though. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef at a moment of distraction. Oh yeah, I'm sure this chef had a fucking antique coin just raring to go to be placed under a fucking steak at the restaurant.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? Thank you. Thank you, Kazuma. I love you. Yeah, exactly. Who puts money under food? That's disgusting. That's filthy, in fact. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be underneath or hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Dude, settle down. You're still in school. You're not a full-fledged lawyer yet.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Where is he? This guy. Mr. Curio!
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Kurikata-san. Kurikata-san. Curie as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his koban coin when it happened. At the exact moment the gun was fired. Wait. Hey! I just remembered something. Hosonaga said that he took her plate with the steak intact and also the sergeant's. So the one he showed us isn't even her steak, it's the sergeant's. Because he was dining with frickin' Curio. The fuck? He couldn't even give us the right piece of evidence. He needs to be fired from his fucking job. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoei era koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, no, no. Please, why would Korikuta-san's koban be sandwiched beneath the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Because it wasn't his! Please, put 2 and 2 together on your own.
Yes!
Oh my god. Ah! What's unfathomable is how stupid these people are. How is he even a prosecutor? Which is why I'm asking to bring Korikuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. So does that mean the sergeant stole the coin and then sandwiched it under his steak? So he's a fucking thief? Thief with a freaky ass baby strapped to his back? I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. Bro, who cares about these thieves? I do, because the freaking inspector gave us the wrong evidence. This saga. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Guys, seriously, if this doesn't end soon, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Yes, sir, no, sir. Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice? A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say, or nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korikuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, oh my god. Yes, that's it! The one! The very one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be! As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juice. Why do you have to say it like that? Say less. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korikuta-san whatever is all too clear. Too many What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korikuta-san's Koban and hid it under the stake? Gee, I wonder.
Take that!
Take that! Why are you British? Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesa Nosa. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. He's the mastermind behind. Imagine blaming your infant son. Watch as it's not even like a child. It's just a very small man. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Dun dun dun. Clippity cop, clippity cop, clippity cop, clippity cop, clippity cop. What the? Oh my god, did his child just break his back? Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court. Sir! What the actual fuck is happening anymore? The fuck? Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go in there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Bang bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could. On the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. What? Oh my god. This is ridiculous. I agree, actually. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. Oh my god. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Okay, we're not suddenly pivoting from a murder case to a theft. This is just a tangent we're going on. She needs to stay put. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Are you guys fucking nuts? Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Oh my god. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Are you finally realizing that the steak plate that was presented isn't hers? If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Attention!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words were you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of it is... Wait, the sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Because there's a fork in the photo. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it? Is it this one? No, it should be this one, right? Yeah, there we go. It always comes back to this one.
Take that!
The photograph background, blah, blah, blah. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Yeah, literally he was chomping into it. That's so funny. Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Oh my god. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Yeah, I do that too. Or at least I would, but I can't really do stuff like that now. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together. I really fucking hope that's true, because I gotta get out of this chair, man. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. I love how this case just decided to hinge on who took a big, healthy bite out of a steak. Real riveting stuff. I'm sorry, I'm getting so annoyed because it hurts sitting in this chair for so long. Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond a doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. Yeah, I definitely will after we're done here. I just want to get it over with. How can you be so sure? Yeah, it really is dragging. I don't understand why they would choose to do this for the first case. That's not a very good opener. Like, it's not a good appetizer for the rest of the game. Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Attention!
This is absurd. This trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of the whole affair? This idiot who gave us the wrong fucking plate! The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Oh my god. No. I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korikuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tension? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier is the wrong fucking steak. Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that somebody switched the plates? That the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, bang. When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell ya. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ooh, she's losing her shit now. That is correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on this case. We already know there's a bloodstain on it. Give it a rest. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. on the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. There was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now that we have the evidence to prove it, the plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Sorry for keeping you. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Gee. The blood stain. Yeah, literally sniffing the steak. It's clearly visible.
Yes!
Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh my god, is it finally over? Oh god. The swan died! Outdone. By a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. No, no! Oh my god. Legendary crash out. Yeah! Oh my god, where are the babies coming from? What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. What the fuck? Unreal. What the fuck? It just ascends to heaven. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Chickens? They're baby geese. They're swans. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Oh my god, please make it quick. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I attended. Yeah, I'm kind of getting over it, so I'm sorry if I can't read anything properly. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang, bang, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. I'm actually gonna run to the bathroom really quickly, and then I'll come back and finish this up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please. I need this to end. I need it to end soon. It's killing me. Thank you. Thank you. I really should eat something with protein in it, but my stomach's not happy with me. I'm like, why do I feel like shit right now? And I forgot I took my painkiller before I came down here. That's usually kind of hard on my stomach. Sorry, I'm having a moment. Certified tummy moment. even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins to the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. But why? I know why, probably, but why? So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. What? She just admitted to murder and she's like, okay, peace. See you later. What? In what fucking world does that happen? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Arg! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. My God. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He's so badass. Kazuma, my beloved. You're so cool. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Please stop. We're talking about clans now. Stop. He's so cool. Fuck. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. Actually, hold on. Before we fucking lose everything and have to do this all over again, I know it'll probably save at the end, but just in case, you never know what happens. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh my god, what the mission! It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty! Yay! Oh my god, we got cherry blossom petals and all that shit. Nice. I kind of miss the confetti though. This court is now adjourned. Oh my god, fucking finally. Please. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants, Antechamber 5. Antechamber? Antechamber? I don't know. That was another word I probably should have looked up. Whatever. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for providing or proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Mikotoba. Mikotoba. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Baller moment. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. This guy. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Such a fatherly man. with his soft dough-like eyes. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. That's insane! Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together. I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. The spirit of the Asogi clan! You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Oh my fucking god. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes. Her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... Oh no. What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? What the fuck is happening? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I am certain of that. But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... Oh my god. Wait, but what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular support will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? It's a conspiracy. Something strange is going on. Asogi, that kind of talk is what gets people killed. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. Yeah, I hate her too, what the fuck? What kind of first case is this? They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. Are they though? But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. They wanted to put you in jail so bad. I know. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor? You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest No! Fuck you! As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Ahem, ahem. Let's not worry about the details for now. To la Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes. Thank you. No, Susato, come party with us! So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Or will we? Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha ha ha. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean by that's the point? Guys, please! Hurry up! I'm sorry, I wanna go. Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can be really backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, yeah. You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Asogi, please keep it short. Please. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Oh my god, are we done? 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 Please. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. My god. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Oh my god. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And, oh my god, fucking finally. Oh my god, you guys. My knees hurt so bad. And I got a trophy. Okay. We're gonna close the game. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, I don't want to keep the goodbyes long, but thank you so much for coming and for watching and for hanging out with me for a bit. And I gotta go. I gotta go stretch and stuff and maybe find something to eat. As Noah likes to say, please choose your own destiny tonight. I'm not gonna bother looking for somebody to raid. I got a jet. Okay. Good night, everyone. Love ya. See ya later. Bye bye.